Although I am not religious, I want to believe in heaven. I imagine it's a pretty nice place. It's got to be. No one's ever come back. I cannot think of too many people who are more deserving than Gord, who earned their spot in heaven. He was well thought of, generous to a fault, and always had a smile on his face. I picture Gord visiting with family and friends, waiting until we see him again. And you know, when it's our turn, he's going to have an ice cold Yager waiting for us. There's a great saying that you die with memories, not dreams. Everyone here today touched Gord in some way, and he leaves all of us with some great memories. On behalf of the Eberts family, thank you for taking part in today's tribute to Gord, and we wish you rest in peace, our friend. On a very personal note, and somewhat shameless, if there's anybody in this group that is somehow closely related to the Liberal Party, if you could please get Justin Trudeau this message that he has missed his chance to kiss Gord Ebert's ass.
Just a couple words from the racetrack. Gord was, he was something else. He helped build what we have here today with his support. We did a lot of good stuff. He brought a lot of good racers. We're here today to celebrate Gord's life. We couldn't have done it without him. We wouldn't have what we have today without Gord and Bob. And from our hearts at Rad Torque Raceway, we appreciate everything he has done for us. Thank you.
Gentlemen, start your engines. And ladies, forgive me, sorry.
Well, that was an amazing tribute to Gord Eberts, the Top Eliminator Club, as he and Bob were the founders. And what a great program. Thanks to Colin Huggins for a great tribute for Gord. And good to see all the cars out this weekend. Even some cars that haven't raced yet this year showed up for this event. James Bass comes to mind. Happy to have you here. Well, again, that was an amazing tribute to Gord Eberts, the Top Eliminator gang. Congratulations, great show. All right, we're going to get started here at 10:30, so about 1 hour. Our run order today is Street Sportsman, Pro, Juniors, Super Pro, Top Eliminator, and then Test and Tune and Licensing. One more time, Street Sportsman, Pro, Juniors, Super Pro, Top Eliminator, Test and Tune and Licensing. That'll be your run order today. We're going to get started in about 1 hour, 10:30 a.m. We'll have our first of 2 time trial sessions, and then we'll get into elimination rounds. Well, there has been some sad news in the racing world today that I want to let everybody know, and if they haven't seen anything yet, down in Boise for the night fire last night, our very own Dave Benjamin, who's here at the Rocky Mountain Nationals with his fuel altered, had a start line explosion with the car when they were firing it up, blew up the entire top end of the motor, and sent parts and shrapnel and everything basically all around the start line. So from what I've heard so far, 2, maybe 3 people were transported to the hospital last night, one by Lifelight, and pieces of the blower were 500 feet away down the racetrack. So sad situation with Dave Benjamin and the Nasty Benjamin fuel altered, and we will let you know more as we hear more about what happened in Boise last night at the night fire. And sad situation. We'll hear more about it as we get through the day. All right, Pro and Super Pro. Pro, come on up, see Barb in the tower. Bring your $20 to your purse. Super Pro, come on up, see Barb in the tower. Bring your $30 to the purse, please. Pro and Super Pro, come on up, see Barb. Say good morning. Bring your money for the purse, please. $20 Pro, $30 Super Pro. Well, while we got a minute, let's just talk weather. We're going to have an absolutely stunning, beautiful day today with a high of 22 degrees and sunny all through into the afternoon. It is 14 degrees now. The wind is from the south at 13 kilometers an hour with gusting to 20 kilometers throughout the day. 82% humidity and 101.7 kilopascals and falling is your barometric pressure. Beautiful day today, so make sure you got your sunscreen on and stay hydrated. It's going to be a nice one. And you know what? Tomorrow, even better. 27 degrees, feeling like 31 tomorrow. And it is going to be a beautiful hot day tomorrow as well. Well, lots going on with the top eliminator points. We've got 4 races left in the points championship today, tomorrow, and then August 13th and 14th. And Joe Graves in the Javelin Drywall Grand Am is sitting at number 1 right now with 9 points over Jason Pad, your defending champion. So 9-point lead for Joe Graves. Ashley Huffman, the 2016 champ, she's just a few behind. So Joe's got 359, and that puts Jason Pad at 350, Ashley at 327, and Foji Densaw, how about that, up in the top 5 with a 308 points. And rounding out your top 5, it's Darren O'Connor at 298 points. That's your top 5 in 2022 top eliminator points with 4 race days left on the season. 6 in the books. In the Bear Paw Cup points, Ashley Huffman sitting with 11 points, tied with Ed Vanderkoy. So how about 11 points for the Bear Paw Cup points, and Ashley Huffman sitting with Ed Vanderkoy tied with 11 points. Third is Jason Pad with 9, Jordy Castle with 7, and in rounding out your top 5, Dave Senyo with 5 points as well in the Bear Paw Cup points. Other points for all our other series. Right now, the Heavy Metal Mayhem, which will be back next weekend, I think. No, they're going to be here hot August night, I think, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Dave Senyo sitting number 1 in points right now with 190. And Ryan O'Connor sitting second with 160. Warren Nish, he's sitting third. Jason Pad fourth. And Brady White is rounding out your top 5 in Heavy Metal Mayhem. In Super Pro right now, Pat Tahaniuk, he's got a good, solid, sizable lead, 120 points over second place Jan Perkorski with 90. Paige Baskerville sitting with 80 in your top 3. Curtis Bledowski and Danielle Moderson round out your top 5 in Super Pro. In Pro, Lance Churchuk, well, he's kind of left the building. He's got 340 points over second place Mike Swanson at 240. Who's tied with Ed Matajuski as well at 240. Rick Foreman sitting number 4 with 210. And then Mike Lauderwald rounding out your top 5 with 190 points. So Lance Churchuk, a 100-point lead so far this season in Pro. Junior Storm, it's Sarah Duchesne. She's got a 40-point lead over Michael Nakanishi at 230 points to Michael's 210. And in Junior Lightning, it is Chloe Mills right now, 330 points with a 20-point lead over her brother Jacob at 310 points. And Daniel O'Connor sitting third with 300 points. In Street Sportsman, Waylon Carlson and Lance Churchuk all tied up with 170 points. Those two are paired up. Jared Greenan with 90, well back. So it is going to be between Carlson and Churchuk in Street Sportsman, which are running today. Well, welcome to Rad Torque Raceway. If you've joined us today for Top Eliminator, this is race number 7 of Top Eliminator weekend. And, of course, we also have Street Sportsman, Pro, Juniors, and Super Pro here as well. We're going to get started here in about 15 minutes for our first of 2 time trials here today. So about 15 minutes, we're going to get started with the first of 2 time trials. So we'll be with you in just a moment. All right, you guys, 10-minute warning. 10-minute warning for time trial session number 1. Again, our order is Street Sportsman, Pro, Junior, Super Pro, Top Eliminator, and Test and Tune and Licensing 2 time trials today. And 10-minute warning. All right, looks like we are ready to go. Street Sportsman time trial number 1. Please make your way to the lanes. Street Sportsman time trial number 1. Please make your way to the lanes. Pro, you're on deck. Well, your current points leader, or tied to be your points leader, Lance Churchuk out of Leduc County, the Dodge Ram pickup. Robert Kleinbeacom, the 72 Chevelle SS. First pair, Street Sportsman time trials. And they're going to get 2 rounds of time trials today. Good little turnout of Street Sportsman. If you want to get involved in drag racing and you want to give it a try, this is the way to do it. You can bring your street car out here, get involved in Street Sportsman, have some fun. These guys really have a great time. They all kind of get together, a little camaraderie, and they have a lot of fun. And it's a great way to get involved in doing some drag racing here at Rad Torque Raceway. And you can pretty much race anything. If it's quicker than 14 seconds, though, we do require a drag-style tire. So whether that's a drag radial or a slick on the car, if it's quicker than 14 seconds. But other than that, just your street car is going to work. Kevin Clark out of Pinoca. He's got his Jeep SRT. And Debbie Stewart, her 72 Buick Riviera, 5th Avenue Jewelry by Debbie. And out of Sherwood Park. She's been doing this since the very beginning of the class. Same with Lance Churchuk. They kind of basically put this class together. And she's been racing the Buick Riviera ever since. Ricky Wanaka out of Beaumont, the Corvette here in the Napa Lane. Beside him, Jared Greenan. Out of Devon, the 82 Chevy 1500. All right, Pro, come on in, please. Pro, for time trial number 1, please. Pro, come on into the lanes, please. Juniors, you're on deck. Pro, make your way into the lanes, please. Juniors, you're on deck. Kevin Greenan out of Flaxcombe, Saskatchewan. Flaxcombe, Saskatchewan. The 70 Chevy Nova here in the Napa Lane. Kyle Robb. The Dodge Dakota 2000 model. And Waylon Carlson, the 2017 Colorado, he's tied for leads in the points with Lance Churchuk. Beside him, Tim Turpin out of Edmonton, the 09 Chevy HHR SS. And Vincent Vigilante out of Edmonton, the 2022 brand new year of the Dodge Challenger here in the Napa Lane. And that sets up Street Sportsman time trial session number 1. They'll be back again for a second a little later on. So, Pro, come on in, please. Pro, time trial 1 for you, please. Pro, into the lanes. Well, Brett Fritt out of Rockview, Alberta, the 62 Chevy 2 Nova, all fits auto. Beside him, Eric Wright. From Fort McMurray, I believe, the 53 pickup GMC 1953 model. Lance Churchuk's up in his 70 Plymouth Duster, current points leader in the category, Pro Light Electric sponsored. He's over near AMA Lane. Russ Kerkhamer out of St. Albert. The 69 Dodge Coronet RT. This is time trial number 1 for Pro ET. And juniors, come on in, please. Juniors, make your way into the lanes for time trial number 1, please. Juniors, come on in. Super Pro, you're on deck. Juniors, come on in for time trial number 1, please. Larry Menzel, the beautiful 67 Plymouth. Here in your Napa Lane, out of St. Albert, Peter Nguyen, out of Fort Saskatchewan, the Duster, 1974 version. Over near AMA Lane. Bill Davis has come in from Prince George, British Columbia. The beautiful 1956 Chevy Bel Air here in the Napa Lane. Beside him, Mike Swanson in from Fort Saskatchewan. 2002 Chevy S10. Well, a pair of Chevy 2s, I guess. The Pontiac Acadian out of St. Albert of Corey Hewitt here in the Napa Lane. And the 65 Chevy Nova out of Edmonton of Pat Kirby over near AMA Lane. Next pair up, Mike Lauderwald, his 1970 Chevy Nova SS. Nova Mike over near AMA Lane. He's got Harry Townhauser beside him. 67 Mustang out of Leduc County. Well, here's a car we see very, very rarely. Edmonton's Mike Dickinson, the 1938 Fiat Topolino here in the Napa Lane. Ed Matajuski, Big Ed, the 72 Chevy Nova out of Competition Chev. Beside him, Mike Dickinson. We don't see the Topolino very often. He brings it out every now and then. It's a cool car. I love it. Little altered 1938 Topolino. Well, that looks to settle out pro time trial session number 1. Juniors rolling in now. Start with Junior Storm and then move into Junior Lightning. Storm's the youngsters, 7 years old to about 12 years old. Half scale, single cylinder Briggs style engines. Sarah Duchesne and Mike Nikonashny, pair of 7-year-olds. Getting started in drag racing. We start them at 7 years old. You can start them at 5 if you so choose. Seems to be a bit early for me. They go all the way up to just before their 18th birthday. And they get quicker as they get older, and up to as quick as 80 miles an hour in 7.9 seconds. At the 8th mile, a couple inches off the ground, it must feel like they're doing land speed records. And when you're this age, going that fast. All right, Super Pro, make your way into the lanes, please. Super Pro, your time trial number 1. Super Pro, top eliminator, you're on deck. Super Pro, come on in. Toppy, you're on deck. All right, top eliminator, come on in, please, for time trial number 1, please. Top eliminator, come on in for time trial number 1. Toppy, your turn. Dawn Henderson back racing here in her 27 Ford Roadster out of Edmonton. Terry O'Connor, his first weekend of the season as well, the 83 Ford Ranger. Great to see Terry back out of Sturgeon County. Great to see him here. Love it. We haven't seen him all season long. Dawn hasn't raced much this year either. I think she's put one race in on the 27 Roadster here at Rad Torque. She's been racing elsewhere all summer long. Great to see her in running as well. Well, we're going to start top eliminator time trial number 1 with the Crozier boys. Chris Crozier here in the Napa lane. That's the dad. Mike Crozier, his son, over in your AMA lane. The Outlawed Addictions team, the Carter's Piling, KMS Manufacturing helping Mike out. Both hail out of the Leduc County area. Father-son team. Time trial number 1 for top eliminator. This is the Gord Eberts Memorial Day points race number points race number 7 today. Out of 10 points races through the season. These are the fast cars, a combination of top dragster and top sportsman categories with a few roadsters or altereds or whatever else might be thrown into the mix. So top sportsman, the break is, I believe, $8.90 for the class. Top sportsman, top dragster combination program. All called top eliminator. Well, your defending champion, Jason Pad, here in your Napa lane beside him. She was number 2 last year, Jenna Michaud, in her brand new dragster for 2022, running a supercharger on the car. Jason, defending champ, and your last year's number 2, Jenna Michaud, over in your AMA lane. All right, test and tune and licensing. Make your way into the lanes. Test and tune and licensing. Come on in if you're going to make a hit. Test and tune and licensing. Well, those two had identical reaction times, both red lights, both a negative 003 with a 7. Doesn't happen very often, but pretty darn rare, actually. 003 with a 7 on the wrong side of the green ball for both of them. All right, Street Sportsman, we're ready for time trial number 2 for you, please. Street Sportsman, time trial number 2, come on in. Street Sportsman, time trial 2, come on in. Pro, you're on deck. Attention in the pit area. Pro, Super Pro, come on up, see Barb in the tower. Pro, bring your $20, please, for your purse. Super Pro, bring your $30 up for your purse, please. Come see Barb in the tower if you have not done that yet. Pro, Super Pro, please make your way up to the tower before you finish up your time trials. All right, Pro, come on in for time trial 2, please. Pro, come on in for time trial 2. Pro, make your way into the lanes, please. Juniors, you're on deck. All right, juniors, time trial number 2, please. Juniors, come on in. Just a reminder, you're going to have 3 time trials today. So, juniors, time trial number 2 for you, please. Time trial 2 for juniors. Super Pro, you're going to be on deck. All right, Super Pro, come on in. Super Pro, come on in. For your time trial number 2, please. Super Pro, come on in for time trial 2. Toppy, you're on deck. All right, Super Pro, you should all be in here ready to go. Top Eliminator, you might as well start rolling in for time trial number 2, please. Top Eliminator, roll in for time trial number 2. All right, in pro, Ed Matajuski and Harry Townhauser. Come on up, C-Bar. Bring your $20 into the tower, please, for pro. Ed Matajuski and Harry Townhauser, please come on up, C-Bar in the tower. Bring your $20. Well, the Croziers are back up at the start line. The Outlaw Addiction team out of Leduc. Mike on the right side this time. Chris on the left side. As we get into top eliminator time trial session number 2. Oh, look at that. Chris Crozier, perfect light. Triple O with a 6. So that may put him number 1 qualifier with a perfect reaction time in time trial number 2 with a triple O with a 6. So we'll see if anybody beats that for our time trial sessions, and maybe he is the number 1 qualifier. And if that is the case, and we have an uneven number of cars, Chris would have the bye run in round number 1. So that would be good for him. Brent Long, Dave Senyo, your next pair in. Brent over in your AMA lane in the white car. Dave here in the silver and blue car in the Napa lane. Next pair for top sports or top eliminator. Time trial number 2. All right, Super Pro, Jan Prikorsky. Jan, bring your $30 up to the tower. See Barb, please. Jan Prikorsky, come see Barb in the tower and bring your $30. Test and tune and licensing. Test and tune and licensing. Come on into the lanes. Get yourselves all set up and ready. Test and tune and licensing. Make your way to the lanes. Well, how about a perfect red light for James Bast? How about a 0001 on the wrong side of the green bulb? That is as close as you get as a perfect light as you can get. So 000 with a 1, but on the red side, versus having a 40 perfect light. 1/10,000th off for James Bast. That's 68 coming out at Grand Prairie. Man, oh man, it doesn't get any closer than that. All right, Street Sportsman, round one, please, to the lanes. Street Sportsman, round one to the lanes, please. Street Sportsman, come on in. Let's pair you up. Round one. All right, we are ready for round number one of eliminations for Street Sportsman. Welcome to Rad Torque Raceway. And we are going to get started. So please, if you can, please rise, remove your caps. We will have our national anthem. All right, there you go. We are ready to go for Street Sportsman round number one in the lanes. And this is elimination rounds. as we are setting up for a full day of racing here. We do have one more time trial session for the juniors, and the rest of everybody else is in elimination rounds. First pair up, well, it's going to be Lance Churchuk, as he has the bye run in round number 1. He was your number 1 qualifier in his 2011 Dodge Ram. So he gets the lucky bye in round number 1, and we will have him move on right into round number 2 as he gets the lucky bye run. All right, Pro, round 1, please. Pro, round 1 to the lanes. Pro, round 1 to the lanes. Let's pair you up. Pro. Well, good thing Lance had the bye run as he went red light, but that's okay. He's going to be back for round number 2, quarterfinal action. Next up, Kyle Robb out of Edmonton, the 2000 Dodge Dakota. He's over in your AMA lane. He's dialed up at a 12:37, facing Debbie Stirat. Out of Sherwood Park, the 72 Buick Riviera, the 5th Avenue Jewelry by Debbie sponsored. 1570. She goes first. Kyle Robb gets out. Try to get around her down at the top end so you can take the round and move on into the quarterfinals. And that is going to go to Kyle Robb at 12:64, 93 miles an hour. He was way quicker on the tree. Debbie very late on the tree, so Kyle Robb moving on into round number 2. Robert Kleinbeek, the 72 Chevelle SS, facing Waylon Carlson, the 2017 Chevy Colorado here in the Napa lane, both out of Edmonton. Waylon's going to go first with a 13:67 on the board, Robert. He's going to have to chase him down with an 11:58. Waylon taking that one with a better reaction time on the tree. Robert Kleinbeek very late on the tree, so Waylon Carlson moving into round number 2. Vincent Vigilante out of Edmonton, the 22 Dodge Challenger here in the Napa lane. 12:40 up on the board facing Jared Greenan in from Devon, the 82 GMC 1500. 11:91 was his dial in. Jared Greenan going to take that one. He had a much better light as well over Vigilante, so 11:90, 610 miles an hour for Greenan. He's moving on into round 2. Rick Iwanki. And that Camaro, that Nova, that's 3. And that's Kevin Green in the 70 Chevy Nova out of Flaxcombe, Saskatchewan. 12:92 the dial-in, facing Rick Iwankia out of Beaumont, the Chevy Camaro. Iwanika taking the round. He got a great reaction time. 006 on the tree, goes through to 14:26, 95 miles an hour. We'll see the Corvette next round. And Tim Turpin, this 09 Chevy HHR, 13:23 the dial-in, facing Kevin Clark's 2015 Jeep SRT. Oh, Kevin, you go way too soon, my friend. Red light. So Turpin's going to take that one on the foul and move on in the HHR into round number 2. That sets up quarterfinal action for Street Sportsman. All right, pro round number 1. Harry Townhauser out of Leduc County, the 67 Ford Mustang, Park Performance sponsored. He's put 1029 on the board. That's his dial-in. Peter Noyen out of Fort Saskatchewan, the 74 Plymouth Duster, put 1050. So Noyen will get a slight head start by 3/10. The yellow Duster getting the 3/10 head start over Harry Townhauser's Mustang. First pair in pro round number 1. Well, Peter Noyen had a much better light, and he goes dead 3 on his number. How about that for Peter Noyen? Dead 3 on the number, 129 light. Better than Townhauser, so he's moving on into round number 2. Mike Lauderwald, Nova Mike. The 70 Chevy Nova SS, AZ Wetaskiwin Storage, YAG Flooring Outlet, Arthur's Car Wash helping him out. He's got 1111 on the board. Facing Brett Fitt out of Rocky View, Alberta, the 62 All Fits Auto Chevy Nova. And oh, Brett, you went way too soon. And he lost the hood on his car. How about that? I've not seen that in a long time. So Brett Fitt, hood comes off the car, and he goes way too early. A 2046 red light. So Mike Lauderwald going to take it with a 009 on the tree. Went through at 11:15 on the 11:11 dial-in. So Lauderwald looking good, moving on into the next round. Well, Brett Fitt forgot to put the hood pins on his hood, so we've seen that before. Pretty nice paint job on that hood, too. Hate to scrape that up. Your next pair, Pat Kirby out of Edmonton, the 65 Chevy Nova here in the Napa Lane. 1180 is the dial-in. Facing Mike Swanson out of Fort Saskatchewan, the 2002 Chevy S10 pickup truck, step side. 1239 for Swanson. He's going to go first. As he gets the handicap head start on Kirby. He's got a little slower truck. So Kirby going to do the chasing. Pat Kirby goes way too soon and goes red, so Swanson's going to get it on the foul. As Pat Kirby not quite ready. Next pairing up. Russ Kerkhamer out of St. Albert, the 69 Dodge Coronet RT over near AMA Lane, 960 the dial-in. Facing Larry Menzel out of St. Albert as well. The Block Shop, St. Albert Dodge, Japa Equipment, and TL Wood sponsoring the 67 Plymouth Satellite. Menzel's got a dial at a 1022, so Kerkhamer's doing the chasing on this pair. As Menzel's going to get out early. Juniors, time trial 3, please. Juniors, time trial 3 to the lanes. Juniors, time trial 3, please, to the lanes. Russ Kerkhamer, big time red light. So he's handing it over to Larry Menzel on the red light foul. And Menzel will move on into the next round. Ed Matajuski, Big Ed out of Sherwood Park, 72 Chevy Nova, competition Chev, Challenger downhole tools helping him, 1190 the dial-in, facing Brian Howerluck. Out of Edmonton, the 73 Dodge Dart Sport, 1010. He's going second. He's got to do the chasing. Junior time trial 3, please, to the lanes. Junior time trial 3, come on into the lanes. Brian Howerluck taking the round. 10-13, 130 miles an hour is 043 tree, which was a little better than Ed Matajuski. Ed just not close enough to the dial. Lance Churchuk, your current points leader. He's over near AMA Lane in his 70 Plymouth Duster. Pro Light Electric helping him, 1186 the dial-in, facing Eric Wright. Out of Fort McMurray, 53 GMC pickup truck, 1010 the dial-in. Lance Churchuk going to take this one on a way better reaction time. 053 on the tree. Went through at 1191, 107. Lance Churchuk getting more points, extending his lead. As Eric Wright done for the day. Corey Hewitt out of St. Albert, the beautiful black Acadium here in the Napa Lane, 1049 the dial-in, facing Bill Davis out of Prince George, BC. 56 Chevy Bel Air, 938 the dial when it's a quick one. He will do the chase, and Corey's going to get out first. Both pretty darn late on the tree, but it's going to go to Corey Hewitt, 1054, 121, closer to his dial-in, and he takes it at the stripe. So Hewitt moving on into the next round. Edmonton's Mike Dickinson, a 38 Fiat Topolino here in the Napa Lane, 956 the dial-in, facing the 69 Chevy Nova of Doug Mitchell. Out of Fort Saskatchewan, 1178 for Mitchell. He's going to go first. Dickinson will do in the chasing. Final pair of pro to set up their quarterfinals. So junior time trial 3 in the lanes, please. Junior time trial 3, please. Well, Doug Mitchell better on the tree, but he breaks out at the top end, goes 5 thou too quick. Gives it over to Dixon, dead. That's 959 with a 1 at 137 miles an hour. So Dickinson getting a lucky one as he gets a freebie as Mitchell breaks out of the top end. 1177 with a 5 on the 1178 dial. Super Pro, come on in. Let's pair you up for round 1, please. Super Pro, come on in. Let's pair you up, please. Super Pro, come on in, please. Super Pro, let's get you in here. Pair you up for round one, please. Super Pro. Well, we've got to mention in our junior category here this weekend, Mortonville's 13-year-old Daniel O'Connor went on down to the Northwest Nationals in Seattle here a week ago and represented the Nitro Rats program down there, was chosen by random picking names out of a hat. And Daniel represented the racetrack and went on down to Seattle, and lo and behold, what's he do? He goes and wins the event. He is a Northwest Nationals junior champ for Daniel O'Connor. Congratulations to the O'Connor family. And Daniel, wow, what an achievement for you to head on down there and have and show everybody at the Northwest Nationals what kind of junior drag racer you are. And congratulations to Daniel and gang for putting on a great show down in Seattle last weekend. Fantastic. All right, Top Eliminator, come on in. Let's get you set up for round number one, please. Top Eliminator, round one. Come on down. Toppy, round one, please. All right, Super Pro quarterfinals. Terry O'Connor, the 83 Ford Ranger over in the AMA lane we were just talking about. his grandson Daniel a moment ago. Terry's got it dialed at a 932 over near AMA Lane. Ricky Wilson, he's got the little blue dragster out of Stony Plain. The Bulling Ends, Precision Performance, Wilson Racing, and Unlimited Chrome helping him out. 860 the dial in. This is round number 1, quarterfinal action for Super Pro. Little gold dragster, I should say. It used to be blue. I forget about these things getting painted sometimes. So Ricky Wilson, 860. Terry O'Connor, 930. He'll go first. That's going to go to the stripe, and it's going to go to O'Connor. 930, 437 miles an hour, and 025 on the tree to Wilson's 046. So, O'Connor off to the semifinal. Next up, Les Splett, the 66 Pontiac Acadian Invader. Challenger Downhole Tools sponsored over near AMA Lane. 937 is the dial, and facing Mike Barron, the Barron Inspections dragster. 851 the dial-in for this pair. They're both out of Edmonton. But Les Splett going to go first in the door car. Top Eliminator, please. Come on in. Let's pair you up. Top E, come on in. Let's pair you up, please. Top E. Wow, Mike Barron way late on the tree. That's going to go to Les Splett. 938, 142 miles an hour. No trouble there at all for Les. And he moves into the semifinals. Next pair up. James Dunlap out of Fort McMurray, the 67 Ford Mustang over near AMA Lane. 925 on the board, facing Pat Dahoniak's 27 Ford Roadster. He's out of Seba Beach, Alberta, the Alliance Enterprises Limited sponsored. 917. He's going to do the chasing, but not by much. That's going to go to Pat Dahoniak, 923, 129 miles an hour for Pat. So the Roadster will be back for the semifinals. And Don Henderson going to get a single as Jan Prikorsky's 55 Chevy not making the call to the lanes. So Don going to get an easy one here in her 27 Ford Roadster. 865 the dial-in. Let's see what she does with her numbers. She's always very tight on the tree and usually very tight on the dial-in. .867 with a 352 miles an hour. A little later on the tree, though, an .084. That's kind of uncharacteristic for Dawn. So we'll see her back against Les Splett in the semifinal. And Terry O'Connor will face Pat Dahoniak on the other half of the ladder. All right, top eliminator round number 1 coming right up. Elimination round 1, and Chris Crozier was the number 1 qualifier. 39 cars in the field, so that's an uneven number of cars. So Chris Crozier getting the bye run in round number 1 and moving right on to round number 2. So congratulations, Chris, on your 000 with a 6, number 1 qualifier. So just a reminder of all our racers, we do have Hot August Nights coming up next Wednesday, and we are looking for more cars in the Heavy Metal Mayhem. So you might want to get involved in the 8th Mile Heavy Metal Mayhem on Wednesday night. There's going to be an extra $1,500 added to the purse. And we're looking, we want as many cars as we can get into that program. So Heavy Metal Mayhem for the fast guys on Wednesday night next week. You can leave all your stuff here all week long. Get ready to come on down Wednesday for a awesome racing. And I've looked at the weather, and wow, it's going to be a warm one. Forecasting 28 degrees for Hot August Night. Coming up next Wednesday, get your tickets. I do know the Thunder Alley tickets are sold out, so this place just fills up to the max. It has over the years. We haven't had a good Hot August Night for, this will be first time back since the pandemic, so 3 years. And this is going to be a fun night. And it is always a good show. Lots of great entertaining cars and stuff that's going to be here. And the jet car, the Volcano, I think is going to be here as well. So it should be a lot of fun. That is Wednesday. And the big show starts around, around 6 o'clock. I think we get going around 1 o'clock in the afternoon for all the rest of the programs. So if you want to spend the day, come on. Play some hooky from work and come on out and see Hot August Night. We always have such a great time here on that one-night show in the middle of August. It is a blast. So racers in the top Eliminator program, come on in for Heavy Metal Mayhem next Wednesday. We're going to have a pretty good little purse, so you might want to be here. Chris Crozier, he has your number one qualifier position. He's got the lucky bye run this round. He deserves it. He got it with a 000 with a 6. During the time trial sessions, I made him number one qualifier, an uneven number of cars. So Chris gets the bump into round number 2. $13 on the tree, 738 on the 736 dial. He's all set up. He'll be back for round 2. Next pair up, Dave Senyo out of Leduc County, the Frameworks, Supreme Steel dragster over near AMA lane. 731 the dial and facing Jason Duchesne, the Mobile One Blue Water Group Auto Obsessed dragster out of Beaumont here in the Napa lane. 739. Eight 100s difference between this pair. Oh, double red light, but it's going to go red for Jason Duchesne. So Dave Senyo is going to take the round on the double red. Senyo moving on. He had the better of 2 red lights, I guess you could say, if there is such a thing. 001 red for Senyo, 034 red for Duchesne. So Duchesne went way too early. Judy Hildahl out of Wheatland County facing partner Jeff Wutsky. So Brad's Automotive sponsoring these 2 cars. Jeff in your AMA lane, 749. And Judy here in the Napa lane, 731. Don't see these 2 pair off very often. But what the heck? Well, Judy treed him, an 031 on the tree to Jeff's 89, but he was dead 4 and the number doesn't matter. Judy got him on the hole shot. Congratulations, Judy. You're moving on. Rob Pratt in the 1990 Chevy step-side pickup truck, PMR Contracting, Stubbs Welding, So Right Creations helping him out of Gibbons, Alberta. 881 is his dial, facing Jeremy Soares out of Terrace, British Columbia. The Quick Tech race cars, Sarah's Transport sponsored, 763. The dial in for Jeremy over near AMA lane. Pratton goes red light. 033 red for the truck. Jeremy Soares is moving on into round number 2. 029 on the tree. Dead 0 on his dial in for Jeremy Soares. How about that? So, nice run for Jeremy, moving on into round 2. Jenna Michaud, the 2022 TNT Chassis Supercharged Dragster. Twister Piling, GTO Ventures helping her out. 685 the dial in here in the Napa lane, facing Rebecca Bartell. She's got the On Great Earthworks Dragster over near AMA lane. 776 the dial in. She's going first. Jenna's going to have to be patient. Run her down, try to get around her at the top end. Rebecca goes 005 red light. Jenna's going to get it on the foul, so she moves on into round number 2 for Jenna Michaud on the foul from Rebecca Bartell, red light. Next up, Mike Perrin, the Lone Wolf Bobcat and Augering heavy metal equipment sponsored dragster out of Sherwood Park here in the Napa lane. 762 on the board, facing Dave Boucher out of Spruce Grove, the Boucher Motorsports Team Ace Racing Dragster. 720 the dial in over in your AMA lane. Dave Busher, he's got a 722 with 184 miles an hour, 18 on the tree. Mike Perrin breaks out at the top end, goes too quick. 761 with a 0 on the 762 dial-in. So Busher moving on into the next round. Mike Crozier. The Carter's Piling, KMS Manufacturing, Outlaw Addiction Dragster out of Leduc. He's here in the Napa lane. 731 facing Aaron Phillips out of Chetwynd, British Columbia. Little 1998 Aney Fabrication Dragster. 817 the dial-in for Aaron. In your AMA lane. Well, Aaron very, very, very late on the tree. Mike Crozier's going to make her pay for that one. 747, 160 miles an hour for Crozier, so no problem there. Next in, Foji Densaw to Prince George, British Columbia. 765 is the dial-in here in the Napa lane. Facing Ashley Huffman in from DeWinton, Alberta. The Nova Ray Candle Company and Subterra Engineering helping out Ashley. 717 the dial-in. Over in your AMA lane. Oh, Foji, 051 red light. That's not normal for Foji Densaw. So Ashley Huffman going to get it on the foul. So Ashley moving into round number 2 on the red light from Foji Densaw. Justin Dahoniuk, the 1990 Ed K. Dragster, R&D Trailer Rentals, CCMR Performance helping him out over in your AMA lane. 839 the dial-in facing Dean Charleston's beautiful 55 Chevy Bel Air. Charleston Construction Services out of Beaumont. 776 the dial-in for the shoebox. Love that car. That's going to go to Justin Dahoniuk, an 841, 159 miles an hour. A little better on the tree, a 59 versus Charleston 63. But Dean Charleston nowhere near his dial-in. So Justin Dahoniuk going to take that round and move on into round number 2. Darian Provost, nice to see him back racing. He's out of Abbotsford, British Columbia. The Global Power Systems, Rad Torque Systems, Reeves Performance Dragster here in the Napa lane. 750 the dial-in. Facing Kaylee Morton out of Fort St. John, BC. GT Gas, Shoreline Projects, EM3 and White Spruce helping her out. 745 the dial-in for Kaylee. Well, Kaylee Morton in 025 red light. So Darian Provost going to get it on the foul. So he moves on, and that's it for Kaylee. Next up, Daryl Baker out of Foothills County, the Racer's Edge, Brad's Auto, High River Autoplex sponsored, 7:36 the dial in here in the Napa Lane, facing Darren O'Connor. Out of Pinoca, the Bel Air Power and Production Equipment sponsored, 7:42 is the dial in for Doc in your AMA lane. So Darren O'Connor, an 0.16 on the tree to Daryl Baker's 0.38. So O'Connor, much better light, went through to 7:44, 179. So O'Connor moving on into round number 2. Sherwood Park's Jordy Castle, the AFD Fuels Impact Coating sponsored Eberts Brothers Family Racing Dragster, 660 the dial in here in the Napa Lane. Facing the 64 Corvette out of Sherwood Park of Sean Tracy. Now, Tracy's got it dialed at an 825. He's going to get quite a head start. And that's going to go to Sean Tracy. Dead 5 on his number, 167 miles an hour. Dead 5 on the number, 33 on the tree for Sean Tracy. As Jordy Castle did not quite get him at the stripe. Randy Schmidt, the 41 Willies, the Alberta Trailer and Spring RBs out of Sherwood Park helping him out. 8:15 the dial in, facing Ryan O'Connor. He's also out of Pinoca, over in your AMA lane, 7:31 the dial in. Randy Schmidt, a 0.10 reaction time to O'Connor's 0.36. That's all it took. He goes through it at 8:17, 150 miles an hour. So bulbs him and moves on for Randy Schmidt. James Bast, his beautiful 68 Camaro out of Grand Prairie. 7:27 the dial in. Jim McIntyre, 69 Mustang, unable to make the call. So Bast is going to get a single on the mechanical of McIntyre. So we'll see the 68 Camaro in round number 2. Test and tune and licensing. Come on into the lanes, please. Test and tune and licensing. Come on in for your hit. Test and tune and licensing. Make your way to the lanes. Dead 3 on the number for James Bass, 25 on the tree, so that's a 28 package. No problem there. He'll be back for round number 2. Dalton Giroux out of Leduc, the CSN LJ Auto Body Dragster over in your AMA lane, 7:20 the dial in, facing Eric Goulden up from Airdrie, Alberta. The Brad's Auto, All Fits Auto sponsored dragster here in the Napa Lane. 7:33 is what he's got on the board. And that is going to go to Eric Goulden, dead 2 on his number. 7:33 with a 280 miles an hour, 19 on the tree. That's a 21 package for Eric Goulden. And that was all about getting it at the stripe. As Dalton Garreau, a 722 on the 720 dial-in. All right, next up, Kelsey Dufresne out of Grand Prairie, the Santar Auto Track 67, or excuse me, that's a Camaro, 853 the dial-in, facing Brent Long out of Whitecourt, Eberts Brothers Racing, Tech Forestry Services, KW Mechanical helping out Brent, 802 the dial-in. Well, Kelsey Dufresne, lots of problems with the Camaro, so not going to be able to go through this round. Brent Long taking it, no problem there, 806, 150 miles an hour. As Kelsey slow rolls all the way to the top end, so troubles with that car. Well, next up, Chevy Reeves out of Edmonton, the Timber House, Patriot Plumbing, Sideshow Fabrication and Paint, Global Power Systems, and Rad Torque Systems sponsored. 728 the dial in here in the Napa Lane, facing Chetwynd, BC's Dale Phillips, the 67 Ford Mustang Shelby, beautiful car. 780 the dial in for Phillips. He will go first. Reeves will have to run him down. Chevy Reeves, a week ago, out in Mission, British Columbia, taking a $20,000 round. And had some pretty good success out there on the West Coast. Well, Dale Phillips, super late on the tree, not ready at all. Chevy Reeves is going to take this one, 737, 167 miles an hour, and best light of the round, 007 for Chevy Reeves. So he'll move on into round number 2. Ed Vanderkoy out of Barnwell, Alberta. Spider Electric, Vanderkoy Trucking sponsored dragster here in the Napa Lane, 755 the dial-in, facing Cody Graves. The Javelin's Drywall dragster over in your AMA lane out of Edmonton. 733 the dial-in for Cody. Well, Cody Graves, 003 red light. So Ed Vanderkoy taking the round on a beautiful 007 with an 8 tree. At a 756 with a 2, 175 miles an hour. Cody Graves, red 003. Ouch. So Vanderkoy moving on. Next up, Scott Hearn out of Sherwood Park, the Big Wave Graphic dragster here in the Napa Lane. 708 is the dial-in, facing Dale Bristow out of Fort Saskatchewan. Bell Engines, Precision Performance helping out Dale. 733 the dial-in over in your AMA lane. Well, Scott Hearn owning the best light of the round, but he's going to be a losing effort as he's not tight enough to his dial-in. Dale Bristow, a 734, 180 miles an hour, gets it at the top end with a margin of victory of 5 thou. For Dale Bristow over Scott Hearn. So how's this for first round insanity? Jason Pad, your current defending champion, out of Chestermere, Alberta, the Automax Pro 1 dragster over in your AMA lane, 718 the dial-in, facing the current points leader, Joe Graves, the 05 Grand Am. Javelin Drywall sponsored out of Edmonton, 8 flat for Big Joe. So your champ racing, your number 1 on the points sheet right now for round number 1 in Top Eliminator. This one's going to be tight to the stripe. It's going to go to Jason Pad. A 728 at 169, a 003 on the tree. The best light of the round. Joe Graves, 10 on the tree. Very respectable, but nowhere near his dial-in. He went an 816 on an 800 dial-in. So Joe Graves out round one. Jason Pad moving on. Well, if there's any Maclock building guests in the grandstands, lunch is served in the pavilion. So head on down to the pavilion. The Maclock building guests, lunch is served. You can head on down there now. As we are going to do some test and tune and licensing for a few minutes, and then we'll move into round number 2 of eliminations. Well, we got a little break in the action for a moment here. Next weekend for all our racers, Saturday, August 13th is Pink Day. So you tough enough to wear pink on Pink Day. Wear pink to show support for breast cancer awareness. Pink ribbons will be sold to raise money for breast cancer. And then, of course, Saturday night in the pavilion, the poker fundraiser for all racers. Welcome. That is a fundraiser for breast cancer. That is all next Saturday, August 13th, Pink Day. Don't forget to wear your pink and be ready to buy some pink ribbons to raise some money for breast cancer. All right, Street Sportsman round 2, please. Street Sportsman round 2. Come on into the lane. Street Sportsman round 2. Quarterfinal action. Come on in. All right, Street Sportsman round number 2. This is quarterfinal action. Lance Churchuk, the 2011 Dodge Ram, Pro Light Electric sponsored. 1408 is the Dalit. Facing Rick Iwanyika. I'm not sure I'm saying that right, Rick. Sorry about that. Out of Beaumont, the Corvette. Looks like about a 1978 or 79 Corvette. 1409, so just about heads-up drag race here. Iwanika, I think is how that's pronounced. Rick Iwanika. Who's going to go on to the semifinal? All right, Pro, come on in, please. Pro, quarterfinals, come on in. Pro, near next round, make your way to the lanes, please. Pro. Well, Lance Churchuk's taking that one at 14, 21, and 89 miles an hour. Rick Iwanika went way too fast, a 13.89 on a 14.09 dial. So that's a learning experience. So Churchuk off to the semifinal. Jared Greenan, his 82 GMC 1500 out of Devon, facing Waylon Carlson out of Edmonton, the 2017 Chevy Colorado. Winner of this pair going to get a bye run in the semifinal, so winner's going straight to the final. And that's going to be Jared Greenan out of Devon, the 1196, 107 miles an hour. So Greenan taking the round, and he moves on into the final as he gets a bye in the semi. All right, just we're on hold for a second. We might have some fluid on the racetrack, so we're just going to go check that out right now, and we will be back with you just shortly. Well, while we got this break, while we're cleaning up the coolant down at the top end, off the racetrack and off the return road area at the top, just a reminder, a Coca-Cola concession in the pit area is open and available for you if you're looking for a Coca-Cola beverage, Molson beverage, any of our food items if you're hungry at all. Also, the second floor lounge, the Coors Light Lounge, is open here in the tower if you want to get out of the sun. All ages lounge, come on up. Air conditioned. I think there's some free popcorn up here as well. So, it's Coors Light Lounge, second floor of the tower. You just come on around the back of the tower and head upstairs, and it's on the second floor. And the Coca-Cola concession's just in the pit area on the right-hand side. Just wander down the concourse into the pits, and it'll be right on your right-hand side. A ticket into the facility is a ticket into the entire facility. You can wander around the pit area, check everything out, see all the cars that are here and what things that are going on, and check it all out. And don't forget, next Wednesday, Hot August night. It's an all-day affair right into the evening, and it is going to be a fantastic show. So one night only, Hot August night here on the drag strip at Rad Torque Raceway. It is a big event. We have a lot of fun. Come on out. Get a ride out or take an Uber or take a cab. Have a few bevies and make sure you get a ride back home. It is a great time. Everybody has a blast here on Hot August night. That's just coming up August 10th, next Wednesday night. All right, looks like we have got it all sorted out and cleaned up, ready to go. We're going to carry on with Street Sportsman round number 2. One pair left, Kyle Robb and Tim Turpin. Kyle Robb in the 2000 Dakota out of Edmonton, 1239 is going to be his dial-in. Tim Turpin, the 09 Chevy HHR, he's got a dial at a 1333. And the winner of that pair is going to go on to see Lance Churchuk in the semifinal. And Jared Greenan, he got a bye run in the semifinal with the win in the quarterfinal over Waylon Carlson. So Greenan moving right on into the final. But first, we got to finish up with this pair. And that's going to go to Tim Turpin, a 1357, 110 miles an hour. He had a much better reaction time. Kyle Robb broke out fourth out at the top end. And so Tim Turpin moving on. And next up, we just have some of our Street Sportsman guys doing some testing. And then we'll move into Pro round 2. All right, juniors, make your way in, please. Juniors for round 1. Come on into the lanes. Juniors, round 1. Come on into the lanes. All right, pro, round 2. Peter Nguyen, the 74 Duster out of Fort Saskatchewan. And Mike Swanson, the 02 Chevy S10 pickup. 12:38 for Swanson here in the Napa lane. 10:50 for Nguyen over in your AMA lane. Winner awfully going to the semifinal. And that's going to go to Peter Nguyen, dead 9 on his number. So a 1050 with a 9 and 124 miles an hour, 14 on the tree. All around great numbers for Nguyen. Mike Swanson broke out 087 to the top end. So Nguyen moving on to the semifinal. Mike Dickinson, the 38 Fiat Topolino over near AMA lane, 958 the dial-in, facing Larry Menzel, 67 Plymouth Satellite out of St. Albert. The Block Shop, St. Albert Dodge, Japa Equipment, and TL Wood helping out Larry. 10-17 the dial-in. Winner going on to see Peter Nguyen in the semifinal. And that's going to go to Mike Dickinson, a 960, 138 miles an hour. He was late on the tree, but Menzel nowhere near his dial-in, so that didn't work for him. Dickinson moving on into the semifinal. Next up, Lance Churchuk, the 70 Plymouth Duster, ProLite Electric sponsored, 1185 the dial-in over near AMA lane, current points leader. Facing Mike Lauderwald, Nova Mike, the 70 Chevy Nova SS. So Nova Mike's got it dialed at 1117. And that's going to go to Lance Churchuk, 1190, 107 miles an hour at 078 on the tree, a little better than Lauderwald's 092. And Lauderwald nowhere near his dial at 1125 on the 1117 dial. So Churchuk off to the semifinal, gaining some big points. Next up, Brian Howerluck, the 73 Dart Sport over near AMA lane, 10-10 on the board, facing Corey Hewitt, Acadian. Corey's got a dial at a 1050 here in the Napa lane. Winner going to go on and see Lance Churchuk in the semifinal. And that is going to go to Brian Howerluck, dead one on his number. That's 10-10 with a 126 miles per hour, 41 on the tree. So great numbers for Brian Howerluck. And he is off to the semifinal against Lance Churchuk. All right, this is a final for Junior Storm. Not enough cars here this weekend, so this pair is our only Storm pair. Sarah Duchesne out of Beaumont, the 7-year-old here in the Napa lane. Mobile One, Blue Water Group Boss Design helping her out, 1392. She's put on the board for her dial-in. Facing Michael Nikanashi, out of St. Albert, the 7-year-old, Specialized Metal sponsored. So Nikanashi has got a dial at a 1425 over in your AMA lane. Junior Storm final. Oh, Michael goes red to light, an 014 red for Michael Nikanashi. So Sarah Duchesne taking it on the foul. She gets the win today on the red light. Junior Lightning up next. 8-car field. This is quarterfinals. Well, it's going to be Tristan Duchesne out of Beaumont, the 13-year-old. Mobile One Blue Water Group Auto Obsessed sponsored. 809 the dial and facing Jacob Mills, his teammate. Also 13 years old out of Sherwood Park. Mobile One Blue Water Group Beaumont Dental helping him out. Jacob here in the Napa lane, 832 on the board. Tristan over near AMA lane, 809. Well, Jacob Mills, an outstanding 003 reaction time. How about that? Gets him on the tree, bulbed him. 840, 72 miles an hour for Jacob Mills on to the semifinals. Next up, your winner from the NHRA Northwest Nationals junior category here this last weekend. 13-year-old Daniel O'Connor out of Morinville, the R&R Welding, Eberts Brothers Racing, 793 the dial-in. Facing Cole Blagden out of Beaumont, the 12-year-old over near AMA Lane. Team Ford, Fusion Collision, Gateway Pediatric Dentistry helping him out. 801 the dial-in for Cole Blagden over near AMA Lane. All right, Super Pro round 2, please. Come on in, semifinal. Super Pro semifinal, into the lanes, please. Round 2, Super Pro semifinal. Cole Blagden, 025, red light. Goes red, hangs it right over to O'Connor. So Daniel moving on into the semifinals against Jacob Mills. Next in, Jaden Melnick out of Leduc, the 13-year-old. K2 Consulting, Groves Family Racing helping him out. He's over near AMA Lane. 796 is on the board, facing Riker Dupree. He's a 10-year-old out of Adrossan, Alberta. The Martin Distillation Racing, Lone Wolf Excavating, and Bobcat Services helping him out. 910 the dial-in for Riker. Riker goes red light, 028 red. Melnick went 007 red. Riker goes red worse. And so Melnick moving on into the semifinal. Next in, Chloe Mills, the 11-year-old out of Sherwood Park. Mobile One, Blue Water Group Beaumont Dental helping her out. She's here in the Napa lane, 908 the dial-in. Facing Shaden Densaw out of Prince George, British Columbia, the 14-year-old. Shaden's got a dial at a 790 over in the AMA lane. Chloe goes 016 red light. So Shaden Densaw going to move on into the semifinal based on the red light from Chloe Mills. And so Shaden off to the semifinal against Jaden Melnick. And then Daniel O'Connor will face Jacob Mills in your semifinal for Junior Lightning. All right, top eliminator round 2, please, to the lanes. Top eliminator round 2, come on in to the lanes. Let's pair you up. Top E round 2, please, come on in. All right, your first pairing in your semifinal. Terry O'Connor, the 83 Ford Ranger in your AMA lane, 932 the dial-in, facing Pat Dahoniak's 27 Roadster Alliance Enterprises Limited out of Seba Beach. 917 the dial-in for Dahoniak. Who's going to the final? Troubles with Terry O'Connor not getting off the line at all. So Pat Dahoniak and the Roadster is going to move on into the final with trouble with Terry O'Connor. First race weekend of the year, so hey, things can happen sometimes. So O'Connor just going to roll her on down to the top end and call it lick his wounds, I guess is how that works out. So Pat Dahoniak and the Roadster will be off to the final. Your next pairing up, Dawn Henderson and her little 27 Roadster here in the Napa Lane will face off Les Splett in the Acadian Invader. All right, Les Splett at 937 the dial-in the Invader, and Henderson at 867 dial-in the Roadster. One of them's going off to see Pat Dahoniak in the final. All right, Splett is in, Henderson's in. Who's going to the final? And that's going to go to Dawn Henderson at 869, 150 miles an hour. She's 20 behind Splett on the tree, but Les Splett was not close enough to his dial, and he went a 942 to the 937 dial, and Henderson was closer. Fourth thou margin of victory for Dawn Henderson. We're going to have an all-roadster final in Super Pro today. Dahoniak and Henderson. All right, top eliminator, round number 2 coming right up. All right, your first pair, round number 2. Top eliminator, Sean Tracy, the 64 Corvette out of Sherwood Park, 825 the dial-in. He's going to face Leduc County's Dave Senyo, the Frameworks Supreme Steel Dragster, 732 the dial-in for Dave Senyo. Well, Sean Tracy a little late on the tree. Dave Senyo took advantage of that at 20 on the tree, went through 733 at 181 miles an hour. So an 0.47 margin of victory for Dave Senyo. Moving on into round 3. Next up, Ashley Huffman out of DeWinton, Alberta. She was the 2016 champion in this category. She'd like to see if she could win another championship. Nova Ray Candle Company, Subterra Engineering helping her out. She's over near AMA Lane, 718 the dial. And facing Whitecourt, Alberta's Brent Long. The Eberts Brothers Racing, Tech Forestry Services, K&W Mechanical helping out Brent. 802 the dial in for Mr. Long in the white dragster. Ashley Huffman taking that one 19 on the tree. She goes through a 721, 183 miles an hour. Brent Long, 1 thou under the dial. So that's a hard way to break out. So Ashley Huffman moving on into round 3. Judy Hildahl out of Wheatland County. The Brad's Automotive Dragster here in the Napa Lane, 731 the dial, and facing Justin Dahoniak. The R&D Trailer Rentals, CCMR Performance Dragster out of Spruce Grove. 840s on the board for Justin. This one's going to the stripe. It's going to be Justin Dahoniak, dead 9 on the number, 38 on the tree, 2 thou margin victory over Judy Hildahl. So Dahoniak moving on. Randy Schmidt, the beautiful 41 Willies out of Sherwood Park. Alberta Trailer and Spring RVs out of Sherwood Park helping him. 816 the dial in. Facing Eric Gould's dragster. The auto fits. All Fits Auto, Brad's Auto dragster out of Airdrie. 733 the dial in. Oh, Randy Schmidt, 1 thou red light, 001 red for Randy. Eric Gould, nice 006 on the tree, but doesn't matter. He gets it on the red light foul. Randy Schmidt in the Willies. So Golden moving on. Dead 9 on his number, 6 on the tree. That's a 15 package for Eric Gould, and sweet run for him. And he'll be back for round 3. Mike Crozier out of Leduc, the Carter's Piling, KMS Manufacturing Outlaw Addiction Dragster, 732 the dial in here in the Napa Lane, facing Dale Bristow, the Bell Engines, Precision Performance out of Fort Saskatchewan, 734 the dial in for Dale. Pretty darn close to a heads-up drag race. 2 100s. Oh, Dale Bristow, 8 thou, red light. Mike Crozier going to take it. Move on the red light foul from Bristow, 008 red for Dale. Next up, Jenna Michaud, the TPI, Twister Piling, and GTO Ventures sponsor dragster here in the Napa Lane. 682 the dial-in facing James Bast. 68 Chevy Camaro at a Grand Prairie. James has got a dial at a 727. So he'll get out first. Jenna will have to run him down, try to get around him at the top end, take the stripe first, see what happens, and stay within the numbers. Oh, double breakout. Jenna breaks out less. James Bass breaks out 11. Jenna breaks out 7. So she gets the round and going to move on the double breakout for Jenna Michaud. And, gee, that's oh, my Lord. 4th thou difference in the breakout over James Bass. Next up, Ed Vanderkoy. Ed Vanderkoy out of Barnwell, the Spider Electric Vanderkoy trucking dragster, facing Jeremy Soares out of Terrace, British Columbia. Jeremy over near AMA Lane, 764. Ed here in the Napa Lane, 756. Soares. Something not right there about Mr. Soares and the way he left. He went way, way, way late. So not sure what happened there. He broke out at the top end. So anyways, Ed Vanderkoy taking that one. Next up, Chevy Reeves, the Timber House, Patriot Plumbing, Sideshow Fab and Paint, Global Power, Rad Torque System sponsored out of right here in the Edmonton in the Castrol Raceway, Rad Torque Raceway. Man, I can't believe I said that again. Rad Torque Raceway here, 729 is the dial-in for Chevy Reeves. Darren O'Connor out of the Bel Air Power and Production Equipment sponsored out of Pinoca over near AMA Lane. 745 is the dial-in over near AMA Lane for O'Connor. Reeves here in the Napa Lane. Chevy Reeves, a 006 reaction time for Chevy. That gave him 6/10 foul margin of victory over Darren O'Connor as he went through at a 733 with a 677 miles an hour. That was a tight one for Chevy Reeves. Too tight. 6/10 foul margin of victory. Dave Bosher out of Spruce Grove, the Bosher Motorsports Team Ace Racing dragster here in the Napa Lane. 721 the dial-in facing Jason Pad. The current defending champ out of Chestermere, Alberta. The Automax Pro 1 safety sponsored. 720 the dial-in over near AMA Lane. All right, test and tune and licensing. Test and tune and licensing. If you need a hit, come on in. Test and tune and licensing. Come on into the lanes, please. Test and tune and licensing. Oh, Dave Bosher, triple O with an 8 red line. Perfect red with the wrong side of the green bulb. Triple O with an 8 red. Wow, that is too tight. Jason Pad, a nice 008 reaction time. Dead 2 in his number. That's a 10 package for Jason Pad for the win. Moving on. Darian Provost out of Abbotsford, British Columbia. The Global Power Systems, Rad Torque Systems, Reeves Performance Dragster here in the Napa Lane. 7:51 the dial-in, facing Chris Crozier. He had the bye run in round number 1 as your number 1 qualifier. 7:38 the dial-in over in your AMA lane. Let's see what Chris can do against Darian Provost. That is going to go to Chris Crozier. Dead 5 on his number. 34 on the tree. Dead 5 on the number. Darian Provost, he went a 7:48 with an 8 on the 7:51 dial. That's 22 under. That's a breakout. No good for him. So Chris Crozier off to round number 3. Well, a couple of cars testing here in Top E round 2. We are going to move on to test and tune, and then we will get into semi-final action for Street Sportsman. All right, Street Sportsman semifinal to the lanes, please. Street Sportsman semifinal, come on in. Street Sportsman semifinal to the lanes, please. All right, pro semifinal, please, to the lanes. Pro semifinal to the lanes, please. Pro semifinal, come on in, pro. All right, we've got two pairs in Street Sportsman semifinal coming right up, and then there's a few that are doing some testing, and then we'll move into pro semifinal. So right now it's Lance Churchuk, the 2011 Dodge Ram 1500 RT, ProLite Electric sponsored. 1414 is what he's got on the board. Tim Turpin, the 09 Chevy HHRSS out of Edmonton. 1333 is what Tim has put on the board. The winner going on to the final in this half of the semifinal. And this one's going to go to Lance Churchuk at 14.18 at 89 miles an hour, 120 light versus Tim Turpin's 105 light. But Tim was not close enough to the dial in. So Churchuk off to. And Jared Greenan getting the bye in the 82 GMC. So he is off to the final, and he will meet up with Lance Churchuk in your final for Street Sportsman. All right, we got some Street Sportsman testers, and then we will roll into Pro Semi-Final. Pro Semi-Final to the lanes, please. Pro Semi-Final to the lanes, please. Junior Lightning, you're on deck for your semi-final. Well, don't forget, we got Hot August Night coming up this Wednesday. We're going to get started at about 9 in the morning here around here that day, and it's going to go on all day long, right into the evening. It's going to be a great time, so make sure you get your tickets at radtorqueraceway.com, and come on out to Hot August Night this coming Wednesday night. It's going to be a blast, and make sure, racers, we'd like to have you here to fill up the Heavy Metal Mayhem on Wednesday night. Get the purse up there, so come on in. If you guys are here, you might as well stick around. Leave your gear right where it is. And we are going to race on Wednesday if you can take the day off. And get some Heavy Metal Mayhem 8th Mile racing in that night. All right, this is semi-final action for Pro. Lance Churchuk. You just saw him in his pickup truck. Here he is in his 70 Plymouth Duster. Pro Light Electric out of Leduc County sponsored. 1186 is the dial in facing Brian Howerluck, the 73 Dart Sport. Out of Edmonton, 1009 the dial in for Brian Howerluck. He's got the quicker car. He will do the chasing. Lance Churchuk will get out first. He is your current points leader in Pro this year by quite a little margin, actually, about 100 points. Junior semifinal, please. Junior semifinal to the lanes. Junior semifinal to the lanes. So Brian Howerluck, a real nice 003 reaction time. Goes through it at 10:13 at 1:27. He just took out Lance Churchuk on the tree for Howerluck. He is off to the final. He'll face the winner of this pair, Mike Dickinson, the 38 Fiat Topolino out of Edmonton. 958 is the dial-in, facing Peter Nguyen. The 74 Duster out of Fort Saskatchewan, 1050 the dial-in for Peter. here in the Napa Lane. And who's going on to see Brian Howerluck in the Pro Final? Well, I don't know why Dixon did not get anything on the tree. Must have left before. I don't know what happened there. He got nothing. All right, looks like Mike Dickinson rolled through the beams and got nothing out of that. So Nguyen off to the final against Brian Howerluck. So Peter Nguyen, Brian Howerluck final a little later on in Pro. All right, Super Pro final. Come on in. Dahoniak Henderson, Super Pro final. Come on in. Top E. Round 3, you're on deck. All right, Junior Lightning semifinal coming right up. Daniel O'Connor. He was the big winner at the Northwest Nationals here a week ago. And he is going to run against Jacob Mills. Both 13-year-olds. O'Connor and R&R Welding, Eberts Brothers Racing helping him out. 793 is going to be your dial-in over in your AMA lane. Mills, Mobile One, Blue Water Group, Beaumont Dental helping out him out of Sherwood Park. 8:32 is the dial in for Jacob. He'll be here in the Napa lane. Super Pro Final, please. Super Pro Final. Dahoniuk Henderson. Super Pro Final. Come on in. Oh, Daniel O'Connor goes red light, 017 red, hands it over to Jacob Mills. Jacob going on to the final with an 8:31 at 77 miles an hour. O'Connor an 017 red light. Next pair up, Shaden Densau out of Prince George, British Columbia, the 14-year-old over near AMA lane, 790 the dial, and facing Jaden Melnick out of Leduc, the 13-year-old. K2 Consulting, Gross Family Racing, helping out Jaden, 799 the dial. And the U's going on to see Jacob Mills in the final. Well, Jaden Densau real late on the tree. Jaden Melnick took advantage of that. Went through at an 8 flat, 77 miles an hour. So Melnick on to the final to see Jacob Mills. All right, we got some junior testers, and then we'll move on to Super Pro Final. All right, top eliminator, please, to the lanes. Top eliminator, round 3. Come on in. Top E, round 3. Make your way in the lanes, please. This is your Super Pro final. Pat Tahaniak, the 27 Roadster Alliance Enterprises Spent Limited, 917. The dial-in facing Don Henderson's 27 Roadster here in the Napa Lane. 868 the dial-in. So, Roadster final in Super Pro. Well, really nothing to decide at the tree. A 008 to a 006. This one's going to the stripe. And that's going to go to Don Henderson, an 872, 149 with a 006 on the tree. Pat Tahaniak, a 008 on the tree, went through to 928, way off his dial. So Don Henderson taking the win in Super Pro. All right, test and tune and licensing. Make your way to the lanes, please. Test and tune and licensing. Come on down. Test and tune and licensing. Make your way in, please. All right, your first pair, Justin Dahaniak. His R&D Trailer Rental CCMR Performance Dragster here in the Napa Lane. 842 facing Chris Crozier. Chris, out of Leduc County, the Outlaw Addiction Drag Racing Team. 738 is the dial-in for Chris Crozier here in the Napa Lane. Winners all off to the quarterfinals in Top Eliminator. Oh, Chris Crozier goes red, 14 red. Justin Dahaniak, nice 007 light for him. And Crozier red on the tree, 14. So Dahaniak off to the quarterfinals with a nice 007 and an 846, 158 miles an hour. Next up, Dave Senyo out of Leduc County. The Frameworks Supreme Steel sponsored here in the Napa Lane. 732 facing Ashley Huffman. Up from DeWinton, Alberta, just south of Calgary. Nova Ray Candle Company. Subterra Engineering helping her. 721 the dial-in over in your AMA lane. Well, Dave Senyo uncharacteristically late on the tree, and he had to drive it out the top end. Ashley Huffman, 17 on the tree, dead 6 on her number. And that was a good drag race. 8 thou under the dial for Dave Senyo. So Huffman moving on to the quarterfinals. Jenna Michaud facing Chevy Reeves. Reeves in the Timber House, Patriot Plumbing, Sideshow Fab and Paint, Global Power and Rad Torque Systems Dragster over in your AMA lane, 731 the dial. And Jenna Michaud, Twister Piling, GTO Ventures in their brand new dragster, 681 the dial in here in the Napa lane. These two used to race each other in junior dragsters quite a bit. Oh, Chevy 008 red light for Chevy Reeves. 8 thou red. Jenna was late on the tree, 684 or 201, but she is getting it going off to the the quarterfinals against Reeves. So Jenna Michaud will face Ashley Huffman in the quarterfinals. The winner of that will get a bye into the final. How about that? Mike Crozier, the Carter's Piling, KMS Manufacturing, Outlaw Addiction Dragster here in the Napa Lane, 730 the dial-in, facing Eric Goulden out of Airdrie, the All Fits Auto Brad's Auto sponsored, 735 the dial-in for Goulden. The winner of this pair going to get a bye in the quarterfinals and hop straight to the semi. Mike Crozier, 005 on the tree. A very tight race. 731, 181 miles an hour. Eric Goulden, he was 30 on the tree. 410 thou margin of victories. Goulden break out 8 thou at the top end. So Mike Crozier off to the quarterfinals. And he gets a bye run. In the quarterfinals, he's off to the semifinal. Next up, Ed Vanderkoy, the Spider Electric Vanderkoy trucking out of Barnwell, 756 the dial in here in the Napa Lane, facing Jason Pad out of Chestermere. The Automax Pro 1 Dragster, 720 is the dial in over in your AMA lane. Winner's going to go on and see Justin Dahaniak. in the quarterfinals. Crozier getting a bye run in the quarterfinals. Huffman and Michaud, the ladies, are going to fight it out to see who's going to go to the final, as the winner of that pair will get a bye in the semifinal. So Ed Vanderkoy at 002, light pad at 26. And Vanderkoy made him pay for the late light. 750, 771 miles an hour. Vanderkoy taking it over the champ. And we'll see Vanderkoy later on against Dahoniak in your quarterfinal action. All right, Street Sportsman Final, please. And then Pro Final, and then Junior Final. Come on in. Well, it looks like these guys are here already. I didn't have to say anything, did I? Street Sportsman Final is here. All right, this is your Street Sportsman Final. Lance Churchuk, the 2011 Dodge Ram, versus Jared Green in the 82 GMC 1500 out of Devon. $11.90 the dial-in for Greenan, $14.09 for Churchuk. Who's taking the win today in Street Sportsman? Pro Final, please, and Junior Final, please. Come on in. Pro Final, please, and Junior Final, please. Oh, Lance Churchuk, 002, red light. Ouch. Here ends it over to Jared Green, and Jared takes the win on the foul. 002 red for Lance Churchuk. Greenan, your winner in Street Sportsman. On the foul from Lance Churchuk. Went through at 1189, 112 on the 1190 dial-in, but that doesn't matter. The red light is the foul here. So Pro Final and Junior Final, please, to the lanes. Pro Final and Junior Final. Attention in the pit area, Mike Perrin, Dave Senyo, and Darren O'Connor. Please come up, see Barb in the tower. Mike Perrin, Dave Senyo, and Darren O'Connor. Please come on up, see Barb in the tower. Your Pro Final, Brian Howerluck, Peter Noyen. Noyen in the 74 Duster, yellow car, here in the Napa lane, 1050 the dial-in. Howerluck in the 73 Dart Sport, blue car, in your AMA lane, 1009 the dial-in. This is Pro Final. As we get to the stripe, it's going to go to Brian Howerluck at 10:15, 125 miles an hour, 034 on the tree. Peter Noyen late on the tree at 106, went through to 10:51, 125. That was lost right at the start line for Peter Noyen. Brian Howerluck, your pro winner today. Good job. Top eliminator. Quarterfinals, please. Top E quarterfinals. Come on down. Top E quarterfinals. Come on in. All right, your junior final. For junior light. Jaden Melnick, out of Leduc, the 13-year-old. K2 Consulting, Groves Family Racing helping him. 794 the dial-in over in your AMA lane. In the blue car, Jacob Mills here in the Napa lane, also 13 years of age. Mobile One Blue Water Group, the Beaumont Dental helping him out. 832 the dial-in for the black car. Junior Lightning final. Happy hours on, lanes are open. Happy hours on, lanes are open. So Jaden Melnick, Jacob Mills, it's going to be Melnick, a 003 reaction time. Wow, what a nice light for Jaden Melnick. Goes through at an 805, 81 miles an hour. Jacob Mills, a little off the dial with an 843 and an 832 dial-in. So big margin of victory for Jaden Melnick with a beautiful 003 reaction time. So Jaden Melnick, your winner today in Junior Lightning. So top eliminator quarterfinals coming up. Dahoniak and Vanderkoy going to pair off. See who goes to the semifinal. Crozier gets the bye run this round. He's off to the semifinal. Ashley Huffman and Jenna Michaud are going to battle it out. The winner of that going straight to the final as they get a bye in the semi. All right, your top Eliminator quarterfinals. Ed Vanderkoy. Here in your Napa lane. Justin Dahoniak over in your AMA lane. R&D Trailer Rental, CCMR Performance helping out Justin, $8.40 the dial-in. Vanderkoy, Spider Electric, Vanderkoy Trucking, helping him out, $7.56 the dial-in. Winner off to the semifinal to face Mike Crozier. Test and tune and licensing, come on in. Happy hour is on. Lanes are open. Test and tune and licensing, come on in. Happy hour is on. Lanes are open. Well, how about an identical reaction time on the tree? This is going to the stripe. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Justin Dahoniak, an 8:42, 159 miles an hour, 004 reaction time. Ed Vanderkoy, 004 on the tree, went through at a 7:60. That is a 15 margin of victory for Justin Dahoniak, off to the semifinals. Ashley Huffman, the Nova Ray Candle Company Subterra Engineering Dragster over in your AMA lane, 7:20 the dial-in, facing Jenna Michaud's Twister Piling, GTO Ventures Supercharged Dragster here in the Napa lane, 684 on the board. The winner off to the final as they get a bye in the semi. So this is a big deal for the ladies. Last year's runner-up, or 2019 runner-up for top eliminator Jenna Michaud, 2016 champ Ashley Huffman. Oh, Ashley goes 99 red light. Big red light for Ashley Huffman. Pretty out of character that one was. So Jenna Michaud off to the final. So Ashley Huffman, an 099 red, very uncharacteristic of her. 736 at 152. She knew right off the top she went too soon. Jenna drove it out the top end, a 682 with a 9. A little under her dial, but it doesn't matter. The red light is the foul. So Jenna Michaud, she gets a bye run in the semifinal. She is going to the final here today. But right now, it's Mike Crozier needing to do his single for his bye run here in the quarterfinals. He will face Justin Dahoniak in the semifinal to see who will meet up with Jenna Michaud later in the final. So Mike Crozier, he had the option to just take the light back out, but I think he's going to look for the numbers. He's got a 731 posted on the board. Let's see what he does. Put some numbers together here. Lanes are open for test and tune and happy hour. Lanes are open. Happy hour is on. We can do some testing until we get to our top E final. So, lanes are open. Well, a 21 on the tree for Mike Crozier. Let's see how close he comes to his dial. A 732 with a 0. So he'll tighten that up a little bit, I suspect, when he comes back against Justin Dahoniak in the semifinal. All right, we got some test and tune, and then we will be back for Top E semifinal in about 15 minutes. All right, top eliminator semifinal, please. Top eliminator semifinal. Make your way to the lanes. Michaud, Crozier, and Dahoniak. Top eliminator semifinal. Come on down. Well, I was just looking over a Facebook post from Ken Sitko about last night's insane nitro explosion from Dave Benjamin's Nasty Benjamin Fuel Altered at the start line of Boise and the Night Fire weekend. And firsthand, no one's been killed, so that's the best thing out of that. But there has been some serious injury to one of the crew members. So basically what boiled down to is the explosion happened. They spun the engine over for a few seconds for the oil pressure. They do this quite often. The ground wires were connected, though, on the mag. So the number 2 cylinder hydraulic blew half the head off and the side of the block down to the crankshaft. There was quite a number of people hit by shrapnel as that went off, and Dave's cousin, who was tasked with pulling the ground wire off, took the worst of it. A big-time injury to his elbow, as well as his femur in his arm, and also in his leg. He had surgery today, so he'll recover, they say. No problem there. But the blower stayed on the car. The valve cover launched off, and a few other pieces and shrapnel coming off the motor. But the blower did not launch off the car, as was thought earlier. So Dave disclosed after the warm-up they found a number 2 intake rocker nut was missing, and their theory is the nitro on the back side of the valve caused the explosion enough during the revolution. So glad to hear everybody is going to be okay. Yes, his cousin's a pretty banged-up guy, but everybody's going to be okay. Major explosion at the start line last night for Dave Benjamin. Top eliminator semifinal, please. Top E semifinal to the lanes. Top E semifinal, please. All right, Jenna Michaud getting the bye run this round in her 2022 TNT chassis Twister Piling GTO Venture sponsored dragster. All right, Jenna going to put a pass in. Off 15 red at 686 200. So she'll be back a little later on. She'll tighten that all up. She's going to face the winner of this pair, Mike Crozier. Carter's Piling, KMS Manufacturing, Outlaw Diction car out of Leduc here in the Napa lane. 731 facing Justin Dehaniak. I believe that was Mike's old car, the 1990 Ed K dragster over in the other lane. R&D Trailer Rental, CCMR Performance sponsored, 841 the dial, and I think that is Mike's old car that Justin has, or it's close to it. So, who's going on to the final against Jenna Michaud? And that's going to be Mike Crozier, dead 4 on his dial-in. 731 with a 481 miles an hour, 38 on the tree. Justin had an 87 on the tree, went through at an 843, 159 miles an hour on the 841 dial-in, not close enough. Mike Crozier off to the final to see Jenna Michaud in Top Eliminator. Well, just a reminder, this coming Wednesday is Hot August Night. That's going to be a cool show. We've got all sorts of stuff here, pro modifieds, funny cars, and nitro funny cars, as well as alcohol. We got jet cars. We got all going to be here Wednesday night, as well as a full round of heavy metal mayhem racing. Could be a lot of fun. I suspect it will be. It's been a while since we've done a full-on Hot August Night, and it's been a couple of years, so it's going to be a blast. We always have a good time. So the weather's looking fantastic. It's going to be nice and warm. It's going to feel like 31, 28 degrees, feeling like 31. So it is going to be a burner, and it should be a lot of fun. Grab your tickets at radraceway.com to be sure you can get a ticket. If not, you can try to show up and see what we do. We already have sold out the Thunder Alley seats here below the tower, so that's all sold out. But we got lots of seats here in the facility, so it should be a really, really good time. Be here Wednesday. And for our racers, come on into Heavy Metal Mayhem. You're here already and might as well stick around. We got 2 weekends, of course, of top Eliminator racing this weekend and 2 weeks from now. Or no, next weekend, on the 13th and 14th. So you might as well stick around and do Hot August Night, Heavy Metal Mayhem, 8th Mile for some money. Going to be on the good-sized purse will be in play, so come on down on Wednesday and come have a great time. Make sure you get a ride or grab an Uber or take a cab or something to the facility and get a ride home. That way you can enjoy yourself and have some beverages and have a great old Wednesday night and have a good time. It is always a blast. All right, top eliminator final. Please make your way to the lanes. Top eliminator final. Come on down. Top E final, please. All right, top eliminator final coming right up. Mike Crozier out of Leduc, the Carter's Pile, and KMS Manufacturing, Outlaw Addiction car over in your AMA lane. 7:30 is what he's posted. Jenna Michaud out of Edmonton, the GTO Ventures, Twister Piling Incorporated sponsored 2022 T&T Chassis Dragster. 686 the dial-in. Brand new car for 2022. This is her first final of the season in top eliminator. Mike Crozier, Jenna Michaud, both previous winners. Someone taking the big $5,000 home today. Who's it going to be? Jenna Michaud in the Napa lane, Mike Crozier over in your AMA lane. Your final for Top E, your final race of the day. We'll be back at it again tomorrow morning, all over again, for race number 8 of the Top Eliminator program. All right, pre-stage is on for both. All right, Mike's jumped in, Jenna's in. Let's go. Almost identical reaction times. This one's going to the stripe. Who's it going to be? It is Mike Crozier, 7:31 with a 5. 182 miles an hour, 21 on the tree. Jenna Michaud, 684 with a 5 on the 686 dial, 14 under. And she was 23 on the trees. She breaks out. Mike Crozier, your winner. Once again, thanks for joining us today. It's been a great day of racing, all done by 4:45. How about that? So we've got a great night of oval racing again for you tonight, just like last night. Another full round of the All West Power Sports Night Thunder on the oval. That'll get started right around 6:30. I'll be heading over there. And we'll be back here tomorrow for another full round of Top Eliminator, as well as our Street Sportsman, Pro, Juniors, Super Pro. All back again tomorrow. We'll get started once again right around the 10:30 a.m. mark. And we will see you again tomorrow on behalf of the staff, management, myself. Thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow.